Arkadaşlar merhaba. Sürfe. Şimdi onu bilhassa kafayı uyuyorum. 4 tane var. İlk başlı görevini indir. Sınav. Okay. Böyle ben var mısın? Bakın bana baksın. Aslan indir. Bakın bana. Şurada var arkadan. Bastım öyle. Hatta onu. Şimdi soru ses diyor. Soru sesli. El böyle basıyor.
Добрый день, Major. Rad видеть. Our French intelligence confirms the Allied forces are developing two vehicle weapons. The phase transport and the chrono tank. It is not in the Soviet interest that either of these weapons becomes operational. Do what you must. Steal the prototypes. Use the prototypes against the Allies. And keep them from using that chrono tank. Iditai, go on.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Yes, sir.
4500.
New construction options. Building.
Sen ne yaptın?
Construction complete. New construction options.
Ne var?
Building.
Ben
Construction complete. New construction options. Building. Training.
Ready
Unit
and waiting.
ready.
Agreed. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. At once. Affirmative. Affirmative. Very well.
Huh.
At once.
Buradan.
Very well.
Osmanlı'yı
At once. Agreed. Affirmative. Agreed. Agreed. At once. Agreed.
normal.
Very well. Agreed.
Construction complete. New construction
Acknowledged.
options.
Affirmative. Reporting.
Building.
Acknowledged. Awaiting Very orders. Well. Very well. Very well. Agreed.
Construction complete. Building.
Reporting. At once. Affirmative.
Construction complete. Building.
Ready and waiting.
Construction
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Building.
Yes, sir. At once. Affirmative.
Training. Unit ready. Training.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Report agreed.
Training.
Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Training.
Yes, sir.
Tamam.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Training.
Report affirmative.
Unit ready.
Ready and waiting.
Base is under attack.
Affirmative. Yes, very well.
Unit ready.
Report once.
Training.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Tamam.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Reporting at
Construction
once.
complete. Building.
Yes, affirmative. Affirmative. Reporting. Very well. Affirmative.
Osmanlı'ymış. Ne var? Ne var?
Construction complete. New construction options. Building. On hold. Cancelled.
Anlarsın.
Reporting.
Repairing. Construction complete. Building.
Comrade, acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Construction complete.
Ne?
Building.
Reporting. Reporting. Agreed. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Training. Unit ready.
Yes, sir.
Training.
Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Awaiting or
Training.
acknowledged. Comrade.
Unit ready. Training.
Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Training.
Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Müslüman.
Unit ready. Training. Unit ready.
Kimsin?
Construction complete. New construction options. Building. Building.
Ready and waiting. Awaiting orders. Very well.
Construction complete. Unit lost. Our base is under attack.
Reporting. Agreed. Awaiting orders. Awaiting
Very well.
orders.
Unit ready.
Comrade. Affirmative. Of course.
Building. Repair.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Very well. Agreed.
Müram.
Agreed. At once. Yes, sir. Vehicle
Unit
report.
ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Vehicle acknowledged. Yes, sir. At once. Agreed. Vehicle reporting.
Repair.
Vehicle report. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit
Report
ready.
acknowledged.
Building.
Affirmative.
Our base
Affirmative.
is under
Acknowledged.
attack. Repair.
Ready and waiting. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Of course. Vehicle acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Affirmative. Report acknowledged. Awaiting orders. Vehicle reporting. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Vehicle
Building.
acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Very well. Reporting. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Reporting.
Unit
Yes, sir.
lost.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit
Reporting.
lost.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Our base is
Reporting.
under attack.
Acknowledged.
Unit
Yes, sir.
ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Vehicle report. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Awaiting or affirmative.
Unit ready.
Vehicle
Building.
report. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Repair.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Our base is under attack.
Affirmative.
Acknowledged.
Affirmative.
Training.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir.
Repair.
Vehicle report. Acknowledged.
Unit
Awaiting.
ready.
Acknowledged.
Training.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Vehicle reporting. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Training.
Acknowledged.
New construction options.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
Training.
Affirmative.
On hold.
Awaiting orders.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Awaiting acknowledged.
Unit
Affirmative.
lost.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit lost. Our base is under attack.
Vehicle reporting.
Building.
Reporting.
Unit lost.
Awaiting orders.
Building. Unit
Awaiting
lost.
orders.
Building. Construction complete. Unit lost. Our base is under attack.
Ufak.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit
Affirmative.
lost.
Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged.
lost.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Silos.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Kopyamı al.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Bundan kopyamı
Yes, sir.
al.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit lost. Our base is under attack. Construction.
Yes, sir. At once. Agreed. Affirmative. Yeah, okay. Awaiting orders. Yes, sir. Affirmative. At once.
Bilmiyorum.
Very well. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Is under attack.
Ofansı.
Affirmative. Agreed. Affirmative. Affirmative. At once. Agreed. Very well.
Unit lost.
At once.
Daha fazla. Bakın.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Yes, sir.
Cannot deploy
Affirmative.
here.
Affirmative.
New construction options. Building. Construction complete. New construction options. Building. On hold. Cancel.
Araba lazım. Bu olursa açık yerler varsa ben yerleri olursa
Construction complete. New construction options. Building. Construction complete. Building.
Awaiting orders. Vehicle reporting. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Construction complete. Building. On hold.
Yes, affirmative.
Cancel. Building. Construction complete.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Building.
Acknowledged.
Construction complete. Building. Construction complete. Our base is under attack. Building. On hold. On hold. Cancel.
Comrade.
Building. Construction complete. New construction options. Training.
Reporting
Unit
at
ready.
once. Affirmative. Agreed.
Training.
Agreed.
Unit lost. Our
Reporting.
base is under attack. Unit ready. Training. Unit lost.
ne yaparsa.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. At once. Awaiting orders. Very well.
Construction complete. New construction options. Building.
Reporting. Very well. Agreed.
Building. Construction complete. Building.
Reporting. At once.
Unit
Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. At once. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Kapı kırılsın.
Affirmative.
Unit
Yes,
ready.
sir. Waiting orders.
Building.
Acknowledged. Reporting. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit
Yes, sir.
ready.
Affirmative.
Building. Construction complete.
Comrade. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
is under attack.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Comrade.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Repair.
Comrade. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged. Reporting. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Daha
Yes, affirmative. Affirmative. Waiting acknowledged. Reporting. Affirmative. Affirmative.
ready.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir.
Unit
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit
Yes, sir.
ready.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
olman lazım.
Our base is under attack.
Acknowledged.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit
Comrade.
ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Comrade. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Bizi arama.
Building.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledged.
Vehicle reported.
complete.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Comrade.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
Our base is under
Acknowledged.
attack.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Comrade. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit
Reporting.
ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Waiting order. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Awaiting orders.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Building.
Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Base is under
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Prepare.
Waiting. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Affirmative. Reporting. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Construction complete. New construction options.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Building. Unit ready.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Affirmative.
Da.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Building.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Construction
Affirmative.
complete. Insufficient funds.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Building.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
O
Waiting.
fark-
Affirmative.
Complete.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Öyle mi
Acknowledged.
savaşsa?
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Beğendim.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building. Construction complete.
Acknowledged.
New construction options.
Report affirmative.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged.
Unit
Affirmative.
Building.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
lost.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Insufficient funds.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit
Affirmative.
lost.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit
Yes,
lost.
sir. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Affirmative.
Lost.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Aa, bitti.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Reporting.
Unit lost.
Tamam.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Reporting. Acknowledged. Reporting. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Tamam.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Aa, bitti.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready. Building. On hold. Building.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Memnun.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Our base is under attack.
Yes, sir. Report affirmative.
Unit ready.
Awaiting
Reporting.
orders. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Waiting order.
Awaiting orders. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Report affirmative. Awaiting orders.
Unit
Yes, sir.
ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Insufficient
Yes, sir.
funds.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Bitti mi?
Waiting
Affirmative.
order. Acknowledged.
Daha da para bitti.
Awaiting orders. Affirmative.
On hold.
Yes,
Building.
sir. Affirmative. Comrade, affirmative. Comrade, acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Reporting. Acknowledged.
Report acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
No.
Acknowledged.
Insufficient funds.
Vehicle report. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Reporting. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir.
Waiting
Affirmative.
order.
Affirmative.
Waiting order. Acknowledged. Yes, affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Waiting order. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Comrade. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Comrade. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Construction
Acknowledged.
complete.
Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Building. Unit
Yes, sir.
ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
No.
Vehicle
Affirmative.
reporting. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Şimdi
Report. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Waiting affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Awaiting Affirmative. orders.
Reporting. Acknowledged.
Awaiting orders.
hadi uygulama tahmini.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir.
Insufficient
Affirmative.
funds.
Tamam mı?
Comrade. Acknowledged. Comrade. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Waiting order.
Yes, sir.
Reporting. Comrade. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
On hold. Building.
Reporting. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Vehicle reporting. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Ben hallettim lazım. Bizim lazım mı?
Mission saved. Construction complete. New construction.
Vehicle acknowledged. Yes, sir.
Orası mı?
Report acknowledged. Affirmative.
No.
Waiting order. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit prepared.
Acknowledged.
Repairing.
Lazım.
Awaiting orders.
Unit repaired.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Repairing.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Building.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Böyle.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Tamam.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Construction complete.
Tabii yüklendi.
Construction options.
Report affirmative.
Our base is under attack.
Acknowledged.
Repairing.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit repaired.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Vehicle report affirmative.
Unit
Reporting.
ready.
Acknowledged.
Building. Unit lost.
Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Waiting
Affirmative.
orders.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Insufficient
Acknowledged.
funds.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Durdun mu?
Affirmative.
Bilmem.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Ya,
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit
Vehicle
ready.
reporting. Affirmative.
Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Ready and waiting.
Repair.
Yes, sir.
bir daha kaldı.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Yes, sir.
Building.
Awaiting orders. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Waiting
Affirmative.
order.
Awaiting
Comrade.
orders.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Awaiting orders.
Acknowledged.
Report acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Oğlan bitti.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Müla var.
Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Vehicle reporting. Acknowledged.
Unit
Destek.
ready. Building.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Insufficient funds.
Yes, sir.
Awaiting orders. Acknowledged. Reporting. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Awaiting orders. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready. Building.
Vehicle reporting. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Para bitti.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Müla.
Reporting.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Reporting.
Yes,
Acknowledged.
sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Awaiting orders. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
sir.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Report
Insufficient
acknowledged.
funds.
Comrade. Affirmative. Comrade. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir.
Para
Acknowledged.
bitti.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Müla var mı? Müla.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Müla.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Müla mı?
Awaiting orders. Acknowledged.
Reporting. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir.
Ha. 啊 Müla var mı?
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Kelime ettim.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
On hold.
Affirmative.
Building.
Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Reporting. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Harap etti.
Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Insufficient funds.
Reporting. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Reporting. Acknowledged.
Comrade. Affirmative. Affirmative. Comrade.
Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
On hold. Building. On hold. Cancel. Building.
Yüksek.
Reporting. Acknowledged.
Building. On hold.
Awaiting orders. Affirmative.
Reporting. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Comrade. Affirmative.
Construction complete.
Reporting. Acknowledged.
Comrade. Affirmative. Reporting. Acknowledged.
Öyle böyle. Aa.
Vehicle reporting.
Unit repaired. Repairing.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Naval unit lost.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Aa.
Unit
Affirmative.
repaired. Repairing.
Awaiting orders. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Vehicle acknowledged.
Yes, sir.
Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged, sir.
repaired.
Affirmative.
Repairing.
Reporting. Yes, sir. Acknowledged, sir.
Building. On hold.
Yes, sir.
Cancel.
Reporting.
Building.
Acknowledged.
Unit repaired.
Affirmative.
Construction complete. Building.
Abi.
Repairing.
Waiting. Affirmative.
Construction
Affirmative.
complete. New construction options. Building.
Lütfen olsun.
Report acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Construction
affirmative.
complete.
Affirmative.
Reporting.
Awaiting orders.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Burayı konuşma.
Acknowledged.
Benim
Acknowledged.
lazım. Sıkmam ben lazım.
New construction options.
Aa, tık.
Awaiting orders.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Tamam menü.
Building.
Vehicle reporting. Awaiting orders.
Comrade. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Awaiting orders. Acknowledged.
Construction complete.
Vehicle reporting. Report acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Böyle an.
Cancel. Building. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete. Building.
Yes, sir.
Construction complete. Building. Building. On hold.
Yes,
Cancel.
sir.
Building.
Yes, sir.
Konuşsun.
Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Affirmative.
Reporting.
Buradan.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Insufficient.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Parası mı var mı?
Awaiting acknowledged. Reporting.
Construction complete.
Acknowledged. Yes, sir. At
Unit
once.
ready. Building. New construction options. Our base is under attack.
Yes, sir.
Building.
Affirmative.
On hold.
Acknowledged.
Buradan.
Repairing.
Yes, sir.
Unit repaired. Select target. Reinforcements have arrived. Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Emir.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Waiting order. Reporting. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Insufficient funds. Repairing. Insufficient funds. On hold. Repairing. Unit repaired. Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Bitti.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Bana
Construction
kahramanlık
complete.
lazım.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Sonra
Building. On hold. Cancel.
Report affirmative.
Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Tamam.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Nasıl kalabalık alma.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Böyle bir içinde.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Repairing. Unit repaired. Construction complete. Repairing.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Repaired.
Waiting order. Acknowledged.
Building. Insufficient
Reporting.
funds.
Affirmative.
Construction complete. Structure sold.
Kalanlar.
Building. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete. Building.
Yes, sir. Waiting order. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Select target. Reinforcements have arrived. Unit
Ready and
lost.
waiting. Agreed. Yes, sir. Agreed. Affirmative. At once. Affirmative.
Unit
Agreed.
lost.
Affirmative. Very well. Affirmative. At once. Of course.
Insufficient funds.
Reporting. Very well.
Complete.
Affirmative.
Tamam.
Building.
Awaiting orders. Affirmative. Agreed. Very well.
Unit lost.
Agreed. Acknowledged. Agreed. Affirmative. At once. Affirmative. Very well. Affirmative.
Reporting.
Kafasını yaparsam.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Construction complete.
Nasıl
Building.
var?
Construction complete.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Building.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Waiting order. Waiting order. Vehicle
Affirmative.
reporting.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Insufficient
Affirmative.
funds.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir.
Vehicle reporting. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Waiting order. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Vehicle reporting.
Ulan
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Building.
Affirmative.
Select target. Reinforcements
Waiting
have arrived.
order.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
ulan.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Building.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Vehicle reporting.
Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Waiting order. Acknowledged.
Insufficient
Öyle
funds.
biz
Reporting. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Comrade. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready. Building.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Reporting. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Reporting. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Awaiting
Insufficient
orders.
funds.
Yes, sir. Awaiting orders. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Reporting. Acknowledged.
Waiting order. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Vehicle reporting. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Affirmative. Awaiting orders. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Waiting acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
bunu yapam.
Affirmative.
Unit
Affirmative.
prepared.
Waiting
Prepared.
order. Affirmative.
Unit prepared.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Insufficient funds.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Waiting affirmative. Yes, sir.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Comrade.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Awaiting orders. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Vehicle reporting. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Reporting. Acknowledged.
Unit
Affirmative.
Building.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Select target. Reinforcements
Yes, sir.
have arrived. Unit lost.
Waiting order. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Repairing.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit
Affirmative.
prepared. Insufficient funds.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Waiting order.
Building.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Reporting.
Unit lost.
Vehicle acknowledged.
Waiting order.
Yes, sir. Agreed.
Waiting order. Affirmative.
On hold.
Vehicle acknowledged.
Acknowledged.
Bunu yapam.
Waiting order. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Reporting. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Cancel.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Awaiting
Yes,
orders.
sir. Affirmative.
Vehicle reporting.
Comrade. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Vehicle
Acknowledged.
reporting.
Waiting
Affirmative.
order.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Buradan.
Training.
Waiting order. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready.
Acknowledged.
Training. Unit
Awaiting
ready.
orders.
Training.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Yes, sir.
Training.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Training.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Waiting order.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Report acknowledged. Affirmative. Vehicle reporting. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Very well.
Vehicle
Yes,
reporting.
sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Reporting.
Acknowledged.
Lost.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes,
Yes,
affirmative.
sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Comrade. Acknowledged.
Engineering. Affirmative.
New construction options. Primary
Yes,
building.
sir.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Waiting order.
Awaiting
Yes,
orders.
sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Reporting.
Engineering. Engineering.
New
Affirmative.
construction options.
Engineering.
Reporting. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Engineering. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Vehicle reporting. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Construction
Engineering.
options.
Yes, affirmative. Ready and waiting. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir. At once. Vehicle reporting.
Unit lost.
Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Vehicle report. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Mission accomplished.
Koktu. Peki devam edelim. Peki bir ölüm. Ölümün nedir? Bak bak. Doğru. Neyse. Aşağı. Öldü mü? Ha, öldüm.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Pestim la.
Yes, sir.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Büyük var.
Ready and waiting.
Dakikam yok.
Reporting.
Need a jump?
Acknowledged. Yes, sir.
Hepsi farklı. Hepsi farklı. Buradan. Sonra.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. At once. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Very well.
Taktikte. Taktikte.
At once. Very well. Reporting. Yes, sir. Agreed. Very well. Agreed.
Yapamıyorum.
Agreed. Agreed. Very well. Agreed. Affirmative. Affirmative. Awaiting orders. Very well.
Yapamıyorum.
Affirmative. Affirmative. At once. Awaiting orders. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Reporting. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Agreed.
Atıyorum.
Agreed. Affirmative.
Yarım yok hayatım.
Very well.
La.
Affirmative.
Dur.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Yes, sir. At once.
Devam et bakalım.
Ready and waiting. Once. Affirmative. Agreed. Affirmative. Agreed. Very well. At once. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Reporting. Affirmative. Reporting. Reporting. Affirmative. Awaiting orders. Affirmative. Very well. Very well. At once. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Agreed. At once. Affirmative. Affirmative. At once. Yes, sir. Very well. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Very well. Very well. At once. Very well. Affirmative. At once. Agreed. Affirmative. Affirmative. Awaiting orders. Very well. Agreed. Agreed. At once. Very well. Agreed. Affirmative. Ready and waiting. Agreed. Very well. Yes, sir. At once. Ready and waiting. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Report. Agreed. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Agreed. At once. Affirmative. At once. Yes, sir. At once. Affirmative. At once. Affirmative. Agreed. Affirmative. At once. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Ready and waiting. Agreed. Affirmative. Affirmative. Very well. At once. Report. Affirmative. At once. At once. Yes, sir.
Mühendis istiyorum ben.
Yes, sir.
Gerçekten.
Awaiting orders. At once.
Tamam.
Reporting. Affirmative. Affirmative. Awaiting orders. Reporting. Yes, sir. Very well. Acknowledged. Very well. At once. Affirmative. Affirmative. At once. Affirmative. At once. Agreed. Agreed. At once. At once. At once. Affirmative. Affirmative. At once. Ready and waiting. Affirmative. Agreed.
Ona
Very
ölmüş.
well. Yes, sir.
Ha.
Affirmative. Ready and affirmative. Agreed. Awaiting orders.
Çok iyisin.
Affirmative. Agreed. Awaiting orders. Affirmative. At once. Very well. Affirmative. Affirmative. At once. At once. Acknowledged. Very well. Yes, sir.
Ne var?
Reporting. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. At once. Agreed. At once.
Emin. Ne var?
Reporting. Affirmative. Very well. Reporting. Ready and waiting. Affirmative. Affirmative. Agreed. Affirmative. Awaiting orders. Agreed. Reporting. Agreed.
Ne var ne var?
Affirmative. At once. Reporting. Ready and waiting. Affirmative. Reporting. Agreed. Very well. Affirmative. At once. Very well. Very well. Of course. Of course. Yes, agreed. Affirmative. Reporting. Agreed. Very well. Affirmative.
Tamam.
Affirmative. Very well. Yes, sir. Reporting. Affirmative. Awaiting orders. Agreed. Ready and waiting. At once. Very well. Reporting. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Very well. Affirmative. Affirmative. Awaiting orders. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Very well. Affirmative. Affirmative. Agreed. Affirmative. Affirmative. Very well. Affirmative. Awaiting orders. Affirmative. Very well. Very well. Affirmative. Agreed. Affirmative. Very well. Awaiting orders. Agreed. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Very well. At once. Affirmative. At once. Affirmative. Affirmative. Ready and waiting. Affirmative. Awaiting orders. At once. Affirmative. Awaiting orders. Agreed. Awaiting orders. Report. Agreed. Yes, sir. Very well. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Agreed.
Ne var?
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Very well. Affirmative. At once.
40 minutes remaining.
Affirmative. At once. Agreed. At once. Affirmative. At once.
Atın
Ready and waiting. Of course.
Hello.
Reporting. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Reporting at once. Affirmative. Ready and waiting. Affirmative. Very well. Affirmative. At once. Affirmative. Agreed. At once. At once. At once. Yes, sir. At once. Agreed. Reporting. Affirmative. Ready and waiting. Very well.
Buradan.
Affirmative. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Reporting. Affirmative.
Bilmiyorum. Zannettim.
Mission saved.
Awaiting orders. Agreed. Awaiting orders. Acknowledged. Agreed. Awaiting orders. Yes, sir. Very well.
Tamam. Vermişsin. Böyle tamam.
At once. Affirmative. Reporting. Affirmative. Very well. Yes, sir. Very well. Affirmative. Agreed. Very well. At once. At once.
Ne var menü? Askerler.
Yes, sir. Agreed.
Akıcı.
Acknowledged. Reporting. Agreed. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Very well. Very well. Affirmative. At once. Affirmative. Very well. Affirmative. Affirmative. Agreed. Affirmative. Affirmative. Agreed. Agreed. Reporting. Of course. Very well. Agreed. Affirmative. Very well. Agreed. Reporting. Affirmative. Very well. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Hallettim.
Mission saved.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Very well. Ready and waiting. Reporting. Very well. Very well. Affirmative. Very well. Ready and waiting.
Mission saved.
Ready and waiting. At once.
Awaiting acknowledged. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Vehicle reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Vermişsin.
Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Report acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
30
Acknowledged.
minutes remain.
Acknowledged. Yes,
Reinforcements
sir.
have
Acknowledged.
arrived.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Oh.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Awaiting orders.
Lost.
Vehicle report. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Vehicle reporting. Vehicle reporting. Acknowledged.
Da.
Mission
Değil mi?
saved. Mission accomplished.
Oh. Hoppa. Benim. Hoppa. Hoppa. Lütfen ben beni... Üzme oğlum. Ne ses diyor? Aşağı.
Yes, sir. Waiting orders.
Reporting.
Waiting order.
Acknowledged.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Comrade.
Söylemez.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Önce lahan. Yavaşsın.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Evet, Mürra.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Evet, evet.
Affirmative.
Hmm.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
No.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Mürra.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Burada var. Yok.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Affirmative. Very well. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Ha, bakın böyle.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Kalabalık ama.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Bunu sağlar. Böyle ilerliyor. Yapar.
Acknowledged.
Bakın.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Evet.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Evet.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Info.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Devam et.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Waiting order. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Devam et.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Comrade. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Anladım.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Buraya para var.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Ha, buradan.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Söyledin.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Bilme lazım.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Tahmin.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Tamam.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Waiting order. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Ne var lan ama? Buna var.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Very well. Affirmative.
Waiting order. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Awaiting orders. Very well. Of course. Agreed. Affirmative. At once. Very well. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Yes, sir.
What?
Yes, sir. Affirmative. At once. Affirmative. Agreed. Very well. Very well.
Waiting order.
Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Very well. Affirmative. Of course. Agreed.
Reporting. Acknowledged.
Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Comrade. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Reporting. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. At once. Yes, sir. Of course. Very well. Affirmative. At once. Affirmative. At once. Very well.
Waiting
order.
order.
Ready and waiting. At once.
Bitti mi?
Yes, affirmative. Acknowledged.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. At once. Affirmative. At once. Affirmative.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Very well. At once. Very well. Very well. Reporting.
Hallettik. Bakın.
Ready and waiting. Yes, sir. At once.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Ready and waiting. Affirmative.
Yes, affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Got juice? Let's dance. Fully charged. Burn, baby, burn. Fully charged.
Waiting order. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Agreed.
Got juice? Power on. Let's dance. Got power on.
Waiting order. Affirmative.
Let's dance. Lights out. Let's dance.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Awaiting
Affirmative.
orders. Agreed.
Waiting affirmative.
Order. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Got juice?
Waiting order. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Need a jump?
Awaiting affirmative. Ready and waiting.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Very well. Affirmative. Yes, sir.
Yes,
Tamam.
affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledge. Affirmative.
Reporting.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. At once. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Reporting.
At once. Waiting. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Very well. Yes, sir. Very well. Affirmative. Agreed.
Need a jump? Fully
Acknowledged.
charged.
Yes, sir. Reporting. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Ikke farken.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Normal yapmıyor.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Reporting. Acknowledged.
Acknowledged.
Şakası.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Ama burası.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Comrade?
Efendim.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Hı, burası. Hepsini burası. Bilmem nasıl.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Az kalmış.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Burası.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Bak.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Awaiting
Very well.
orders. Yes, sir. Reporting. Reporting at once. Agreed. At once. Reporting. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Awaiting orders. Very well. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Got duly charged. Power on.
Acknowledged. At once. Agreed.
Got duly charged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Aha. Topum var.
Ready and waiting.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Asılma.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Olmuyor.
Affirmative.
Ne var? Yok.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Waiting
Affirm-
order. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Ama burası.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Burası.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Burasını hemen göstermem lazım. Lazım mı? Yapamaz.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Ne yapayım? Ne var?
Got juice?
Bir bitmeyelim.
Yes, sir.
Öğrensem. Sonra öğrensem. Öğrensem.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Ne vermelisin?
Mission saved.
Atın devam menü. Devam menü. Abi. Asırım. Abi üstü.
Yes, sir.
Evet, resmen lazım.
At once. Ready and waiting. Agreed.
Ne kelime lazım.
Need a jump? Lights out. Power on. Let's start. Fully charged.
Awaiting orders.
Peki tamam.
Reporting at once. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Agreed. At once. Agreed. Very well. Agreed. Acknowledged. Affirmative. At once. Very well.
Hop be.
Reporting. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Very well. At once.
Tamam.
Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Need a jump? Power on.
Reporting.
Bas.
Yeah. Power on.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Got juice? Let's start. Power on.
Yok orası.
Yes, sir. Very well. Yes, sir.
Need a jump? Power on. Power on.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Bir tane löbben var mı?
Acknowledged. Reporting. At once. Very well. Reporting. At once. Very well. Reporting. Affirmative. Awaiting orders. Affirmative. Very well.
Bu kılamaz.
Reporting. At once.
Zaten sokağa.
Reporting. Very well. Agreed. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Agreed. Affirmative. Agreed. Ready and waiting. Ready and waiting. Very well. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Got power fully charged.
Awaiting orders.
Yes, sir.
Need a jump? Power on.
Report agreed. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Very well. Acknowledged. Agreed. At once.
Got duly charged.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Agreed. Very well.
Yeah. Fully charged. Power on.
Acknowledged. Agreed. Affirmative. Awaiting orders. Affirmative. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Agreed. Reporting. Affirmative. Yes, sir. At once. Reporting. At once. Yes, sir. At once. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Reporting. Affirmative.
Need a jump?
Etmek.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Sağlam.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Reporting. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Hala öldü. Bu ölmem.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Başka.
Acknowledged.
Ne var? Nesimin? Bitti mi?
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Cannot deploy here.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Reporting. At once.
Got juice? Power on.
Reporting. Agreed. At once.
Got juice? Power on.
Yes, sir. At once. Acknowledged.
Hallettim. Testi.
Mission saved.
Acknowledged.
Need a fully charged.
Acknowledged.
Fully charged. Dance.
Öbelim.
Got juice?
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Ready and waiting. At once.
Öyleyse. Tamam.
Reporting.
Yes, sir.
Emrettim.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Very well.
Affirmative. Comrade.
Need a jump? Let's dance. Let's dance. Power on. Need a jump? Juice? Fully charged.
Kırım var burası.
Affirmative.
Got fully charged.
Reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Ready and waiting. Very well.
Got juice? Power on.
Ready and waiting. Awaiting orders. Very well.
Yes, sir.
Var burası.
Acknowledged. Very well. Very well. At once. Yes, sir. Report. Affirmative. Affirmative. Awaiting orders. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Very well. Affirmative. Yes, sir.
Need a jump? Need a jump? Fully charged. Got juice?
Ready and waiting.
Got juice? Power on.
Report. Affirmative.
Need a jump? Power on. Lights out. Power on.
Reporting. Very well.
Need a jump?
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yeah. Fully charged.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Hatta anladım. Başkanım.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Acknowledged.
Need a jump? Juice?
Reporting.
Need a jump? Yeah. Got juice? Let's dance. Fully charged.
Reporting. At once. Reporting. Very well.
Yes, sir.
Reporting.
Comrade. Acknowledged.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Agreed.
Yeah. Power on. Burn, baby.
Yes,
burn.
agreed.
Let's dance. Fully charged. Yeah.
Reporting. Very well. At once. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Power on. Doggy. Let's dance.
Reporting once. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Of course. Affirmative. Agreed. Yes, sir. Agreed.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Reporting. Agreed. Of course. Very well. At once. Affirmative. Of course. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. At once. At once. Yes, sir. Of course. At once. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Öğrenme.
Mission loaded.
Yes, sir.
Hakikaten.
Comrade, acknowledged.
Yes, done.
Yes, sir. At once. Yes, sir. Ready and waiting. Very well.
Comrade, acknowledged.
Power on. Let's start.
Acknowledged. At once.
Yes.
Reporting. Agreed. Affirmative. At once. Very well.
Got juice? Shocking.
Reporting.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Agreed.
Need a jump?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. At once. Very well. Yes, sir. Agreed. Very well.
Got juice? Let's start. Lights out. Need a jump? Let's start.
Ready and
At
waiting.
once. Got juice?
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Az kaldı.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Waiting affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Reporting.
Comrade, affirmative. Affirmative.
Reporting.
Waiting order. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Reporting.
Reporting. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Reporting. At once. Agreed. Very well. Affirmative. Very well. Agreed. Affirmative.
Got juice? Fully charged. Crispy. Let's start. Fully charged.
Ready and
Yes,
waiting.
affirmative. Acknowledged.
Acknowledged. Agreed. Awaiting orders. At once.
Need a jump? Start.
Yes, sir. At once. Affirmative. At once. Agreed.
Got juice? Let's dance. Power on. Fully charged. Power on.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. At once. Agreed. At once.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. At once.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Hello.
Agreed. Affirmative. At once. At once.
Mission saved.
Agreed. At once.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Awaiting At orders. once.
First objective
At
met.
once.
10 minutes remaining.
Reporting. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Reporting. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Comrade. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Naval unit
Acknowledged.
lost.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Naval
Affirmative.
unit lost.
Affirmative.
Naval
Acknowledged.
unit lost.
Affirmative.
Demin izledik. Anın.
Mission
Right.
loaded.
Muhabbet izleyelim. Elindesek ama.
Yes.
Tamam.
Dance.
Yes, sir.
Awaiting orders. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Very well.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Dikkat et.
Awaiting orders.
Fully charged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes. Power on.
Ready and waiting. Very well.
Yes. Fully charged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Need a jump? Start. Baby bird. Shocking.
Reporting.
Got juice? Lights out. Need a jump? Power on.
Yes, sir. Very well. Yes, sir. At once.
Yeah. Fully charged.
Awaiting orders.
Yeah. Dance. Power on. Let's dance. Fully charged.
Acknowledged. Agreed. Very well. Affirmative.
Need a power on. Let's dance.
Ready and waiting. Once. Affirmative. Reporting. Very well.
Yes.
Reporting. At once. Affirmative.
Yes. Need a jump? Let's dance. Yes.
Acknowledged.
Need a jump? Need a jump? Fully charged. Need a jump? Let's dance.
Yes, sir. At once.
Juice? Power on.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Got juice? Power fully charged.
Yes, sir. Very well.
Need a power on.
Ready and wait. Affirmative. Agreed. Affirmative. Yes, sir.
Unit
Got
lost.
juice?
Yes, sir. At once.
Need a jump? Need a jump? Let's dance.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Agreed. Very well. Of course. Affirmative. Yes, sir. At once. Affirmative. Affirmative. Agreed.
Need a jump? Fully charged. Dance.
Unit
Yes,
lost.
sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Ready and waiting.
Got juice? Dance.
Reporting. Ready and waiting.
Reporting.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Need a jump?
Reporting. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Makinesem ne?
Ready and waiting.
Got juice? Fully charged. Fully charged.
Yetmiyor.
Fully charged.
Awaiting orders. Very well. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Very well. Ready and waiting. Affirmative.
Mission saved.
Yes, sir. Awaiting
Very well.
orders. Affirmative.
Ama burası. Ne?
Reinforcements have arrived. First objective
Yes, sir.
met.
Acknowledged.
10 minutes remaining.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Awaiting orders. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
No.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Report. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Reinforcements have
Affirmative.
arrived.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Vehicle report. Affirmative. Report. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Awaiting orders.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Vehicle report.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Awaiting orders. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Lost.
Report. Affirmative. Report. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir.
Warning. 5
Affirmative.
minutes remaining. Naval unit lost.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Ben
Acknowledged. Waiting order.
Unit lost. Warning. 4 minutes
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Waiting order. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Comrade.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Report. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
remaining.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Awaiting orders. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Warning. 2 minutes
Acknowledged.
remaining.
Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Waiting orders. Comrade.
Yes, sir.
Warning.
Acknowledged.
1 minute remaining.
Waiting order.
Ready and waiting.
Affirmative.
At once.
Report. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Reinforcements have arrived. Reinforcements have arrived.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Comrade, affirmative. Affirmative.
Reinforcements
Reporting.
have arrived.
Awaiting orders.
Waiting orders.
Teşekkür ederim.
Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Report affirmative.
Ateş savaştan.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Sürpriz.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Reinforcements have
Reporting.
arrived.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Tamam.
Affirmative.
Hepsini bölmek istiyor.
Awaiting orders. Vehicle report. Acknowledged. Vehicle
Comrade,
reporting.
affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Agreed.
Tamir Muhammed.
Waiting
Awaiting
orders.
acknowledged.
Waiting
Affirmative.
affirmative. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Awaiting Acknowledged. orders.
Comrade.
Reporting.
Comrade. Acknowledged.
Reporting
Waiting
order.
acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Sonra buradasın.
Acknowledged.
Awaiting
Yes, sir. Orders.
affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Awaiting orders.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Report affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, affirmative. Comrade. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Reporting.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged.
Reporting.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Comrade.
Awaiting
Yes, sir.
orders.
Acknowledged.
Şimdi sonra.
Acknowledged.
Report affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Reporting. Affirmative. At once.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Vehicle reporting. Acknowledged.
Sonra buradasın.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Agreed. Very well. Yes, sir. Very well.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Vehicle report. Awaiting orders. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Çok
Affirmative. Awaiting orders. Reporting. Affirmative.
Reporting. Acknowledged.
Reporting. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Very well. Reporting. Agreed.
Waiting order. Affirmative.
Tamir var mı?
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Awaiting orders. Affirmative.
Comrade. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Reporting. Awaiting orders. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Reporting. Affirmative.
Reporting. Acknowledged.
Awaiting orders. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Muhammed.
Acknowledged.
Vehicle reporting. Awaiting orders. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Nereden belli o?
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
İyi
Affirmative.
yaptın.
Yes,
İyi,
sir.
iyi.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Report acknowledged. Awaiting orders. Report acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Waiting
Affirmative.
order.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Awaiting orders. Acknowledged. Reporting. Awaiting orders.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Report acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Vehicle reporting.
Waiting order.
Yes, sir.
Comrade, affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Report
Acknowledged.
acknowledged.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Waiting order. Acknowledged.
Engineering. Yes. Affirmative. Engineering. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Awaiting orders.
Engineering. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Yes. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Awaiting orders. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Reporting. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Burada.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Kapatın.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Vehicle acknowledged. Affirmative. Awaiting orders. Reporting.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Reporting. Awaiting orders.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Acknowledged.
sir. Affirmative. Reporting. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Reporting.
Yes. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Ha, buradan.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Rağmen.
Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Buradan.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Awaiting
Vehicle
orders.
reporting.
Affirmative. Vehicle acknowledged.
Rağmen.
Awaiting
Yes, sir.
orders.
Affirmative. Yes, sir. Reporting.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Reporting. Yes, sir. Agreed.
Rağmen.
Acknowledged. Very well. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Awaiting orders. Course. Report acknowledged. Awaiting orders.
Comrade, acknowledged.
Bir arma.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Comrade, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Agreed. At once. Affirmative. Affirmative. Agreed. Affirmative.
Buradan.
Affirmative. Very well. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Reporting. At once. Affirmative. At once. At once. Report agreed. Yes, sir. At once. Affirmative. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Ne var?
Report acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Very well. Affirmative. Affirmative. Very well.
Awaiting orders. Acknowledged. Awaiting orders. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Ready and waiting. Very well. Acknowledged. At once.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Ready
Agreed.
and waiting. Affirmative.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Takip edersen.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yoksa
Vehicle report. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Acknowledged.
Awaiting orders. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Sen
Yes, sir.
buradan.
Vehicle reporting. Vehicle reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Mission saved.
Reporting. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledged.
Affirmative.
Vehicle
Acknowledged.
reporting.
Vehicle reporting. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Vehicle report. Acknowledged. Vehicle report. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Comrade. Yes, sir. Waiting order.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Bukatam.
Yes,
Acknowledged.
sir.
Structure
Yes, sir. At once.
Awaiting orders. Affirmative. Report. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Kaç oldu? Var.
Awaiting orders. Affirmative. Reporting. Acknowledged. Report. Acknowledged. Awaiting orders. Affirmative. Report. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Vehicle report. Acknowledged. Vehicle reporting. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Comrade.
Yeah, okay. Yes, sir.
Comrade. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Efendim?
Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Reporting. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Comrade. Affirmative. Waiting order. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Naval unit lost.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Naval unit lost.
Ne? Farkı.
Mission loaded.
Yes, affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Reporting. Affirmative.
Hmm.
Affirmative.
Anladım.
Waiting order. Acknowledged. Comrade.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Awaiting orders.
Comrade. Acknowledged.
Vehicle reporting. Affirmative.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir.
Mission saved.
Vehicle affirmative. Report acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Report affirmative. Affirmative.
Comrade? Comrade? Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Waiting affirmative. Order. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Yes, affirmative. Acknowledged.
Awaiting orders. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Ulan
Acknowledged.
böylesi.
Affirmative. Awaiting orders. Affirmative.
Waiting order. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Insufficient power. Structure sold.
Acknowledged.
Yeah? Okay.
Awaiting orders. Acknowledged. Vehicle reporting.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Comrade. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Mission saved.
Acknowledged. Report. Affirmative.
Naval unit
Waiting
lost.
acknowledged.
Naval unit lost. Mission loaded.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Report affirmative. Awaiting
Affirmative.
orders.
Yes,
Acknowledged.
affirmative.
Awaiting
Yes,
orders.
affirmative. Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir. Awaiting orders. Acknowledged. Reporting. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Hepsi ünlü.
Affirmative.
Waiting order.
Mission saved.
Çok kötü.
Vehicle reporting.
Reporting. Affirmative. Reporting.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Naval unit
Yes, sir.
lost.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Naval unit
Yes,
Yes, sir.
lost.
Affirmative. Report acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Mission accomplished.
Hopa. Hopa. Sonra devam edersin. Üyenin rasya bitti. Tamam yani. Bakar mısın? Devam mısın? Saat böyle değişiyor. Söylemin değil. Takım istiyor. Ya felsefe büyük insan. Okay. Peki. Başla.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Artı bin.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Neyse.
Yes, sir.
Hı?
At once.
Asker var.
Waiting order.
Ya
Affirmative.
böyle.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Ready and waiting.
İptal asker.
Awaiting orders.
Response.
Reporting. Affirmative.
İptali.
At once. Very well.
Buraları.
Agreed.
Engineering affirmative.
Affirmative.
Reporting. Agreed. Agreed. Affirmative. At once. Very well. Very well. Very well. Very well.
Engineering affirmative.
Reporting. At once. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Waiting
Affirmative.
orders. Affirmative. Affirmative. At once. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Acknowledged. Agreed. Affirmative. Very well. Affirmative. Affirmative. Very well. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Lost.
Affirmative. Agreed. Very well. At once. Affirmative. At once. Affirmative. At once. Very well.
Yes, sir.
Report
Affirmative.
once. Affirmative. Very well.
Engineering affirmative.
Report very well. Agreed. Affirmative. Affirmative. Agreed. At once.
Biraz
Affirmative.
ama.
Agreed. Very well.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Very well. Agreed. Very well. At once. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Acknowledged.
Unit
Course.
lost. Unit lost.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Reporting. Agreed.
Engineering affirmative.
Waiting order. Acknowledged.
Acknowledged. Very well. Affirmative.
Comrade. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Dur bakalım.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Aslan.
Engineering affirmative.
Geliyor.
Reporting.
Acknowledged. At once.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Comrade. Affirmative.
Reporting. At once. Affirmative.
Comrade. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Agreed. Affirmative. At once. Affirmative.
Engineering affirmative.
Yes, sir. Agreed. Agreed. Agreed.
Yes, sir. Engineering affirmative.
Reporting. At once. Affirmative. At once.
Lost.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Affirmative. Engineering affirmative. Affirmative.
Comrade. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Unit
Affirmative.
lost.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Engineering affirmative.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Mission failed.
Asma.
Reinforcements
Yes,
have
sir.
arrived.
Affirmative.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Reporting. Agreed. Affirmative.
Engineering affirmative.
Reporting. Affirmative. Affirmative. Very well. At once.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Acknowledged. Very well. At once. Agreed.
Engineering
Reporting.
affirmative.
Agreed. Agreed. Affirmative.
İmkanı vermeli.
At once.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Asken bir daha.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Acknowledged. Reporting. At once. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Awaiting
Affirmative.
orders. Affirmative.
Comrade. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Yes, very well. Agreed.
Reporting. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Very well. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Of course.
Oh.
Affirmative.
Comrade. Affirmative.
Awaiting
Affirmative.
orders. Agreed.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Very well. Affirmative. Affirmative. Very well. Affirmative. Affirmative.
En doğru.
Very well. At once.
Comrade. Acknowledged.
Reporting. Agreed.
Yukarı sıkın.
Affirmative.
İsmail
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
değil bu
Ready and waiting. Agreed.
Comrade. Affirmative.
Awaiting
Affirmative.
orders. At once.
Waiting order. Affirmative.
Awaiting orders.
Yes, sir.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Awaiting
Units
orders.
lost.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Acknowledged.
Ready and affirmative. Very well. Acknowledged. Agreed. At once.
Galiba Mesut.
Very well.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. At once.
Engineering. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Reporting. Agreed. Affirmative. Affirmative. Agreed. Agreed. At once. Affirmative. At once. At once. At once. Affirmative.
Engineering. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Yes, at once. Ready and waiting. Affirmative.
Engineering.
Yes,
Affirmative.
acknowledged.
Acknowledged. Agreed. Agreed. Affirmative.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Reporting. At once. Very well.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Awaiting orders. Very well.
Engineering.
Gömme
Affirmative.
gömme.
Awaiting orders. Very well. Affirmative.
Engineering.
Yes, sir.
Affirmative.
At once. Affirmative.
Engineering.
Report
Affirmative.
affirmative. Very well.
Affirmative.
Agreed.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. At once. At once. Affirmative. At
Buradan-
once.
Tamam,
Agreed.
buradan.
Waiting
Affirmative.
order.
Ready
Agreed.
and waiting. Agreed. At once. Agreed. Agreed. At once. Affirmative. Affirmative. At once. Very well.
Unit lost.
Waiting order. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Ama baba burası.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Tamam. Bir daha.
Reinforcements have arrived. Reinforcements have arrived.
Yes, sir. At once.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Engineering.
Yes, sir.
Affirmative.
Affirmative. Very well. At once. At once. Agreed.
Yes, affirmative. Acknowledged.
At once. Agreed. Very well.
Report. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Awaiting orders. Very well.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Reporting. Agreed. Very well. At once. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Of course. Yes, sir. Very well. At once. Affirmative.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Very well. Agreed.
Report. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Very well. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Acknowledged.
Unit
Of
lost.
course.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Temiz olsun.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Hı, aslan.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Yes,
Affirmative.
affirmative.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Ba-
Engineering. Affirmative.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Acknowledged. At once. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Very well.
Hı.
Affirmative. Yes, sir. Very well. Reporting. Acknowledged. Waiting
Very
orders.
well.
At once. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Aslan,
At
aslan.
once. Agreed. Affirmative. Affirmative. Very well.
Tamam.
Agreed. Agreed. At once. Very well. Agreed.
Evet, istiyorum.
Affirmative. Agreed. Very well. Affirmative.
Engineering.
Waiting
Affirmative.
orders.
Aa.
At once. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Ready and waiting. Affirmative. At once. Agreed. Affirmative. Affirmative. Agreed. Agreed. At once. Affirmative. Affirmative. At once. At once. At once.
Valla
Affirmative.
sen-
At once. Affirmative. Agreed. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Agreed. At once. Yes, sir.
Basın.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Very well. At once. Very well. Of course. At once. Very well. Yes, sir. Very well. Affirmative. Affirmative. Yes, sir. At once. Affirmative. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. At once. Affirmative. Very well.
Unit lost.
Yes, acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Engineering. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Engineering. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Engineering. Engineering. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Basma.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Reinforcements
Reporting.
have arrived.
Agreed.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Ready and waiting. Affirmative.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Ready and waiting. At once. Very well. Agreed. Affirmative.
Waiting orders.
Acknowledged. At once. Agreed.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. At
Yes,
once.
sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Report. Agreed.
Yes, sir.
Comrade.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Affirmative. At once. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Very well. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Waiting order. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Report. Affirmative. At once. Affirmative. At once. Affirmative. Affirmative. At once. At once. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Reporting. At once.
Unit lost.
Engineering. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Reporting. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Very well. Very well. Affirmative. Affirmative. Very well.
Affirmative.
Very well. Agreed. Very well. At once. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Engineering. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yes, affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Reporting. Agreed.
Yes, sir.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Engineering.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Acknowledged. Agreed. At once.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Reporting. At once. Yes, sir. Reporting. Affirmative. At once. Yes, sir. Affirmative. At once. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Agreed. Agreed. Yes, sir. Agreed. Affirmative. Affirmative. Very well. At once. Affirmative. Of course. At once. At once. Very well. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Awaiting orders. Reporting. Very well. Yes, sir. At once. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Very well. Affirmative. Very well.
Unit
Agreed.
lost.
Affirmative. Agreed. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Ready and waiting. At once. Affirmative. At once. Agreed.
Lost.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir.
Our base is under attack.
Comrade.
Basma. Basma.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Reporting.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Ready and waiting. Agreed. Affirmative.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Dinle.
Reporting. Very well. At once.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Acknowledged.
Engineering. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Awaiting At orders. once.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Acknowledged.
Engineering. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Awaiting orders. Ready and
Very
waiting.
well.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Engineering. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Ready and waiting.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Agreed. Agreed.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Reporting. At once. Affirmative. Agreed.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Reporting. Very well. Affirmative. Very well. Very well. Yes, sir. Reporting. Affirmative. Very well. At once. At once. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Agreed. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Ready and waiting. Very well. Reporting. Affirmative. Very well. Affirmative. Very well. Agreed. Very well. At once. Affirmative. Affirmative. At once.
Acknowledged.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Very well. Agreed.
Waiting order. Affirmative.
Awaiting
Very
orders.
well.
Agreed. Affirmative. Agreed. Very well. Affirmative. At once.
Waiting acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Engineering. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Reporting.
Ready and waiting. Agreed. Agreed. At once. Affirmative. At once. At once. Affirmative.
Comrade, affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Mission failed.
Yaptım yok. İnternete bakalım. İnternet.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Anlamıyorum.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Reinforcements have
Reporting.
arrived.
Ready and waiting. Agreed. Affirmative.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. At once.
Ben
Affirmative.
bilmiyorum.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Awaiting
At
orders.
once.
Unit lost.
Agreed. Affirmative.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Acknowledged. Agreed. Very well.
Reporting. Acknowledged.
Reporting. Very well.
Waiting order. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Unit lost.
Bekle.
Reinforcements have
Yes.
arrived.
Affirmative.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Reporting. Agreed.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Ready and waiting. At once. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Awaiting orders. At once. Agreed. Affirmative. Agreed. At once.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Reporting. Agreed.
Reporting. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Awaiting
Very
orders.
well. Waiting acknowledged.
Reporting.
Yes, sir. Engineering. Affirmative.
Awaiting orders. At once. Yes, sir. Of course. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Comrade?
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Acknowledged. At once.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Engineering. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Reporting. At once. Affirmative. Agreed.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Reporting.
Hı, kaldı lan.
Acknowledged.
Ama
Affirmative.
kafam.
Engineering.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Comrade? Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Awaiting orders.
Very well.
Engineering.
Reporting. Very
Affirmative.
well. Agreed.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Ready and
Waiting.
waiting.
Acknowledged.
At
once. Affirmative.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Bunu koydu. Hepsini patlatacak.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Very well. Agreed. At once. Very well. Agreed. Ready and waiting. Affirmative.
Waiting. Acknowledged.
Acknowledged.
Very well.
Affirmative.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Reporting.
Yes, sir. Engineering. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. At once. Agreed. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. At once.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Awaiting orders. Reporting. Of course.
Mission failed. Reinforcements
Yes,
have
sir.
arrived.
Affirmative.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Reporting. Agreed.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. At once. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Waiting.
Acknowledged. Awaiting orders. Very well. At once.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Acknowledged. At once.
Reporting. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Reporting. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Awaiting
Very
orders. Very well.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Acknowledged. Very well. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Acknowledged. Of course.
Unit lost.
Very well.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Waiting order.
Engineering.
Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Ready and waiting. Very well. Affirmative. Affirmative. Very well. Very well. Agreed. Very well. At once. Affirmative.
Yes, affirmative.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Very well.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Reporting.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Acknowledged.
New
At
construction
once.
options.
Yes, sir.
Mission saved.
Reporting. At once. Ready and waiting. Ready and waiting.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Reinforcements
Affirmative.
have arrived.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Acknowledged. Ready and waiting. Affirmative.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Waiting orders.
Yes, sir. Vehicle reporting.
Ready and waiting.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Reporting.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Reporting. Yes, sir.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Repairing. Repairing. Training.
Reporting. Affirmative. At
Unit
once.
ready.
Affirmative. Agreed.
Training.
Yes, sir.
Unit ready.
Reporting. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. At once. Agreed. Affirmative.
Repairing. Repairing.
Yes, sir. Very well. At once. Very well. Affirmative. At once.
Training.
Awaiting orders.
On hold. Cancel.
Reporting. Very well. Yes, sir.
Training. Chronosphere
Affirmative.
ready. Unit
Reporting.
ready.
Affirmative.
Training.
At once. Very well. Yes, sir. At once. Yes, sir.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Training.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Reporting.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged. At once. Yes, sir. Agreed. Of course.
Unit ready. Training.
Yes, sir.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Reporting. Yes, sir.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Acknowledged. Agreed.
Base is under attack.
Acknowledged. Agreed. Affirmative. Ready and waiting. Very well.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Engineering. Affirmative.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Affirmative. At once.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Awaiting orders. Yes, sir. Agreed. Affirmative.
Mission saved.
Affirmative. Very well. Of course. Affirmative. At once. At once. Agreed. Affirmative. Agreed. Affirmative. At once. Affirmative.
Unit lost. Select target. Chronosphere
Yes, sir.
target.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
New construction options. Building. On hold. Cancelled. Building. Construction complete. New construction options. Primary building selected.
Awaiting
Training.
orders.
Unit
Yes, sir.
ready. Building.
Awaiting orders.
Training.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Reporting. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Chronosphere ready.
Ready and waiting. Affirmative. Very well. Agreed.
Construction complete. New construction options.
Reporting. Agreed. Affirmative. At once.
Repairing. Repairing.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Very well.
Construction
Affirmative.
complete. Building.
Reporting. Agreed. Affirmative. Affirmative. At once.
Our base
Reporting.
is under attack.
Very well.
Primary
Yes, sir.
building selected. Training.
Reporting.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Construction complete. New construction options. Building. Our base is
Ready and
under
waiting.
attack.
Course.
Unit lost. Construction complete. Building.
Yes, sir.
Unit lost.
Reporting well.
Unit lost. Construction complete. Low power.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Building. Our base is
Affirmative.
under attack.
Reporting. Yes, sir.
Construction complete.
Yes, sir. At once.
Training. Unit
Yes,
ready.
Yes, sir.
Affirmative.
Of course.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Engineering. Affirmative.
New
Yes,
construction
very well.
options. Building. Our base is under attack. Prepare.
Yes, sir. At once.
Training.
Yes, sir.
Unit lost. Unit ready.
Yes, sir.
Training.
Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Yes, sir.
Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Reporting.
Affirmative. Yes, sir.
Reporting and waiting. Agreed.
Construction complete. Cannot deploy here. Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Construction complete. Unit ready. Building. On hold.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Our base is
Affirmative.
under attack.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Building. Our base is under attack. Training. Unit
Engineering.
ready.
Affirmative.
Construction complete. New construction.
Yes, sir.
options.
Acknowledged. Awaiting. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Bakma.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Uygulama.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Vehicle acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Training. On hold.
Awaiting orders.
Affirmative.
Cancel.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Affirmative.
Lost. Unit lost.
Yes, affirmative.
Unit
Yes,
ready.
sir. Affirmative.
Building.
Yes, sir. Agreed.
Yes,
Our
sir.
base is under attack.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Prepare.
Acknowledged. Very well. At once.
Lost.
Report Acknowledged. affirmative.
Awaiting orders.
Yes, sir. Report affirmative.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Awaiting orders.
Yes, affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit
Yes, sir.
ready.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Reporting. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Yes, comrade. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
No.
Unit ready. Building.
Waiting
On
order.
hold.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Insufficient
Acknowledged.
funds.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Construction
Acknowledged.
complete. Cannot deploy here. New
Yes,
construction
sir.
options.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Building.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir.
Construction
Affirmative.
complete.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Agreed.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative.
No.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Building.
Bas.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Waiting order.
Unit ready.
Saklan biz.
Building. Our base is under attack. On hold.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Insufficient funds. Cancel.
Waiting order. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Vehicle reporting.
Construction complete. New construction options.
Vehicle reporting. Yes, sir. Awaiting orders. Affirmative.
Building.
Affirmative. Vehicle reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
No.
Vehicle reporting. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit
Affirmative. Affirmative. Vehicle reporting. Affirmative.
Comrade. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Sağ olasın.
ready. Building.
Acknowledged.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Reporting.
Spy
Yes, sir.
plane ready.
Acknowledged.
Construction complete.
Bravo nasıl?
Building.
Awaiting orders. Awaiting orders. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Unit ready.
Yes, affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Aa,
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Building.
Comrade.
Yes, sir.
Comrade. Affirmative.
Awaiting orders. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Waiting affirmative.
Construction complete. New construction options.
Waiting affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Insufficient.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Low power.
Affirmative.
Construction
Affirmative.
Emir çıktı.
Acknowledged. Reporting. Yes, sir.
Structure.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, affirmative.
Ready and waiting.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Waiting
Acknowledged.
orders. Affirmative.
Waiting orders.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Building. On
Reporting
hold.
orders. Yes, sir.
Cancel.
Very well. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Vehicle acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Building.
Awaiting Yes, orders. sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Reporting.
Yes, sir.
Affirmative.
Reporting. Reporting.
Unit ready.
Waiting
Prepare.
order. Acknowledged.
Construction
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Unit
Yes, sir.
prepared.
Comrade.
Reporting.
Our base
Comrade.
is
Acknowledged.
Awaiting orders. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Awaiting orders.
Unit repaired. Primary building selected. Repairing. Building. On hold. Cancel.
Vehicle reporting.
Unit
Affirmative.
repaired. Construction
Acknowledged.
complete.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Building. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete. Building.
Awaiting acknowledged.
Building.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Vehicle reporting. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Reporting.
Building. Repairing.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Reporting. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building. Unit
Affirmative.
prepared.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir.
Vehicle
Affirmative.
reporting.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Building.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledged.
Yes, sir.
Comrade, waiting order.
Reporting.
Reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Reporting.
Unit ready.
Awaiting
Building.
acknowledged. Affirmative.
Insufficient
Acknowledged.
funds.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Insufficient.
Ready and
funds.
waiting.
Unit lost. Repairing.
Yes, sir.
Unit repaired.
Yes, sir.
Repairing.
Reporting.
Anladım.
Insufficient funds. On hold.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Awaiting orders. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit repaired.
Yes, sir. Awaiting orders. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit repaired.
Yes, sir.
Vehicle
Affirmative.
reporting. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Vehicle reporting. Affirmative.
Waiting order. Affirmative.
Daha lazım.
Building. Repairing. Insufficient funds.
Reporting. Reporting.
Unit repaired.
Vehicle reporting.
Yes, sir.
Construction
Acknowledged.
Vehicle report. Acknowledged.
Building. Repairing.
Yes, affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledged.
Construction
Affirmative.
complete.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
prepared.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Tamam.
Our base is under attack.
Waiting affirmative. Affirmative.
Öyle.
Building. Select target. Construction complete. New construction options. Building. Building. On hold.
Eko.
Cancel. Building. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete. Unit ready. Building. Construction complete. Cancel.
Comrade, affirmative. Acknowledged.
Lale
Affirmative.
sıkın.
Awaiting orders. Report acknowledged.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Acknowledged.
Yes, sir.
Building.
Yes, sir.
Affirmative.
Reporting.
Insufficient funds.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Hakan.
Yes, sir. Report acknowledged. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Repairing.
Waiting order. Acknowledged.
Ready.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Normal.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building. Unit
Yes, sir.
prepared.
Affirmative.
On
Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Reporting.
Waiting order.
Yes,
Acknowledged.
sir. Acknowledged.
Ah,
Comrade.
Nurhan.
Awaiting
Yes, sir.
affirmative. Awaiting orders.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Preparing.
Waiting order. Acknowledged.
Demin böyle yerini...
Insufficient
Ha.
Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir.
Acknowledged.
lost.
Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Insufficient funds.
Vehicle
Yes,
reporting.
affirmative. Comrade. Waiting acknowledged.
Reporting. Awaiting orders. Acknowledged.
Comrade, affirmative. Acknowledged.
Reporting. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Reporting. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Our base is
Acknowledged.
under attack.
Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Hareket
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Our base is under attack.
Yes, sir.
Tamam.
Insufficient funds. Cancel.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Bakalım uğraşma.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Naval
Yes,
unit
sir. Acknowledged.
lost.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Naval unit
Acknowledged.
lost.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Awaiting orders. Report acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Emir dinlese
Affirmative.
dinlemişsin.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir.
Comrade. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Vehicle report. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Insufficient funds.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged. Vehicle reporting. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Benim üstüm. Saklan.
Waiting order. Acknowledged.
Acknowledged.
Affirmative.
At once.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Aa,
Select target.
devam et bakalım.
Select target. Reinforcements have arrived.
Akından
Select
mı?
target.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Ready and waiting. Very well. Very well.
Base is under attack.
Ready and waiting.
Mission
At
set.
once. Reporting. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit
Yes,
lost.
sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Affirmative.
Building.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Construction complete.
Reporting.
Training. Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Primary building selected.
Yes, sir.
Spy
Very well.
plane ready.
Reporting. Affirmative. Reporting. Agreed. Acknowledged. Very well. Affirmative.
Training.
Reporting. Agreed.
Our base
Awaiting
is
orders.
under attack.
At once. Ready and
Very
waiting.
well.
Affirmative.
Ready.
Reporting.
Unit lost. Cannot
Report
deploy.
acknowledged. Affirmative.
Preparing.
Vehicle report acknowledged. Awaiting acknowledged. Yes, sir. Report acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Ready and waiting.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Reporting. At once. Agreed. At once. Agreed.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Bakalım
Affirmative.
bakalım.
Acknowledged.
Devam.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Aa,
Affirmative.
anladım.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Tamam abi.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Ama-
Awaiting vehicle reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Affirmative.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Buradan mı?
Awaiting orders. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Vehicle reporting. Acknowledged.
Select target.
Awaiting orders. Acknowledged. Awaiting orders. Acknowledged.
Daha lazım.
Cancel. Building.
Awaiting orders. Affirmative.
Tepe.
Building. Construction complete. Select target. Reinforcements have arrived. Unit
Reporting.
ready.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Oh.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Hadi.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Spy plane ready.
Tepe.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Vehicle reporting. Affirmative.
Reporting.
Vehicle reporting.
Bulamam.
Select target.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Vehicle acknowledged.
Building. On hold. Cancel. Building. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete. Building. Unable to comply. Building in progress.
Nasıl?
Reporting. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Spy plane ready. Select target. Construction complete. Cannot deploy here.
Vehicle acknowledged.
Daha lazım. Uzak.
Building.
Hı.
Unit ready.
Reporting.
Bakayım lazım.
Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Spy plane ready. Building. On hold. Cancel.
Awaiting orders. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Bas.
Comrade.
Select target. Select target. Reinforcements have arrived.
Devam et bakalım.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Select target. Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Building.
Acknowledged. Very well.
Ara.
Agreed. Agreed. Very well. Agreed. Very well. Affirmative. At once. Affirmative. Affirmative. At once. Very well.
Unit ready.
At once. Yes, sir. Very well. Reporting. Yes, sir.
Building. Spy plane ready.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Select target. Unit ready. Building.
Devam mısın?
Vehicle reporting.
Unit ready.
Waiting
Acknowledged.
acknowledged. Waiting order. Acknowledged.
On hold. Building.
Waiting order. Affirmative.
Almıyorum.
Reporting.
Vurmasın.
Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Awaiting order. Yes, sir. Reporting. Affirmative. Ready and waiting. Reporting. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Very well. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Spy plane ready.
Awaiting orders. Acknowledged. Vehicle reporting.
Boom.
Affirmative. Acknowledge. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Building.
Acknowledged.
Affirmative.
Awaiting orders.
Ready.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Building.
Ready and
Very
waiting.
Yaptı.
Reporting. Affirmative. Reporting. Agreed.
Ne var?
Unit
Reporting.
ready.
Waiting orders.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Building.
Ready and
Yes, sir.
waiting.
Insufficient funds.
Yes, sir. Reporting. Very well.
Reporting. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Reporting. Affirmative. Very well.
Gıda var.
Very well.
Ama pahalı
At
alma.
once. Agreed.
Reporting.
Unit
Yes, sir.
ready.
Affirmative.
Waiting
Affirmative.
order.
Aa,
Building.
Vehicle
Acknowledged.
reporting. Waiting
Yes, sir.
order.
Acknowledged.
Kazanma.
Affirmative.
Reporting. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir.
Construction complete.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
bakın nereye
Reporting.
söyleyeyim.
Acknowledged.
Reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Lan.
Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Yes, affirmative. Acknowledged.
Komik.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Daha kopya var.
Reporting.
Asya yok.
Yes, sir.
Our
Affirmative.
base is under
Ömer.
attack.
Vehicle
Affirmative.
reporting.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Awaiting orders. Awaiting orders. Affirmative.
Acknowledged.
Unit lost. Building. Unit ready. Building. Unit ready. Select target. Select target. Reinforcements have arrived. Building.
Vehicle reporting.
Unit ready.
Ha,
Yes, sir.
Unit lost.
ama burası.
Yes, sir.
Comrade. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Bakalım ne var.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Repeat.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Spy plane
Acknowledged.
ready.
Buradan
Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Nah.
Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
ama.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Buna buradasın.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Reporting. Acknowledged.
Vehicle
Affirmative.
reporting.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Training.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Training.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Burada.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Primary building selected. Training.
Awaiting orders.
Unit ready.
Ha bak.
Unit ready.
Temiz.
Yes, affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Building.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit
Yes,
ready.
sir. Acknowledged.
Building.
Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Affirmative.
Vehicle reporting.
Ecco, Milano.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Affirmative. Comrade, acknowledged. Comrade, affirmative.
Building. On hold. Cancel. Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Ready.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Select target. Select target.
E,
Reinforcements have
Yes,
arrived.
agreed. Reporting.
Waiting order.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Comrade, affirmative.
Awaiting orders.
Comrade, acknowledged.
Vehicle affirmative.
Comrade, acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Comrade.
Building. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete.
Awaiting orders.
Select target. Spy plane ready.
Reporting.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Select target.
Comrade, acknowledged. Acknowledged.
hallettim vuran bu.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Waiting affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Waiting order. Acknowledged.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Training.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Vehicle
Acknowledged.
reporting.
Unit ready. Unit ready.
Yes, sir.
Vehicle reporting.
Yes, sir. Engineering. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Comrade.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Spy plane
Acknowledged.
Hallettim
Acknowledged.
öyle mi? Böyle vuran mı?
Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Reporting. Acknowledged. Comrade. Affirmative.
Vehicle reporting. Affirmative. Reporting. Affirmative.
Comrade.
Report.
Affirmative.
Affirmative.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Awaiting orders. Acknowledged. Awaiting Affirmative. orders. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Waiting affirmative.
Report acknowledged.
Yes, affirmative. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Affirmative.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Comrade. Acknowledged.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Repair.
Yes, sir.
All base is
Affirmative.
under attack.
Vehicle affirmative.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Comrade. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Engineering. Affirmative.
New construction options.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Vehicle acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Awaiting acknowledged.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
New construction options.
Report acknowledged.
Yes, affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Vehicle report.
Waiting acknowledged.
Yes, sir.
Repairing.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Comrade. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Awaiting orders. Awaiting orders. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Comrade. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir.
Select target. New construction options.
Awaiting orders. Affirmative. Affirmative. Awaiting
Yes, sir.
orders.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Vehicle
Reporting.
reporting. Yes, sir.
Comrade
Acknowledged.
acknowledged.
Awaiting orders. Affirmative.
Select target. Reinforcements have arrived.
Yes, sir.
New
Affirmative.
construction
Yes, sir.
options.
Affirmative.
Git diyor. O zaman kazanın.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Primary building selected. Training. Unit ready. Unit ready.
Yes,
Training.
affirmative.
Unit ready.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Training. Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Report acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Engineering.
Spy plane ready.
Awaiting orders. Acknowledged. Vehicle reporting. Awaiting orders. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Comrade affirmative. Acknowledged.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Waiting order. Affirmative.
Engineering. Affirmative. Engineering. Engineering. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Engineering. Affirmative.
New construction
Yes, acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Waiting order.
Yes, sir. Awaiting orders. Affirmative.
Engineering. Affirmative. Engineering.
construction options.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Reporting.
Yes, sir.
Affirmative.
Affirmative.
Is under attack. Repairing. New construction options.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Reporting. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
New construction options. Training. Unit ready.
Yes, sir.
Training.
Affirmative.
Low power.
Report affirmative.
New construction options.
Engineering. Yes, sir.
Unit
Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Awaiting
Acknowledged.
orders.
Yes,
Unit
sir. Affirmative.
New construction options.
Vehicle report. Acknowledged.
Repairing.
Engineering. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Training. Unit ready.
Yes, sir.
Training.
Affirmative.
Waiting
Construction
affirmative. Acknowledged.
options. Unit ready.
Engineering.
Waiting acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes,
New
sir.
construction
Affirmative.
options.
Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Awaiting orders.
Repairing. New construction options.
Affirmative.
Awaiting orders.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Reporting.
Ulan.
New construction options. Building. Construction complete. New construction options.
Takan.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Waiting acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mission saved.
Engineering. Affirmative.
New construction options.
Awaiting orders. Acknowledged.
Also.
Training. Unit
Yes, sir.
ready.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Reporting. Acknowledged.
Acknowledged.
Very well. Affirmative.
Select target.
Bas.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Reporting.
At
New
once.
construction options.
Ready and waiting. Agreed. Awaiting orders.
Affirmative. Awaiting orders. Affirmative.
Devam et bakalım.
Select target. New construction
Waiting affirmative.
options.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Report affirmative. Vehicle
Affirmative.
reporting. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Ready and waiting.
Affirmative.
Agreed.
Listen lazım.
Awaiting orders.
At once.
Very well. Agreed. Very well.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Agreed.
Listen.
Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Ready and
Very
waiting.
well.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Tamam. Biz bitti zaten.
Building.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Ready.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Construction complete. Cannot deploy here. New construction options. Building. Construction complete. New construction options. Building.
Hadi o.
Construction complete.
Hadi
New
sağ.
construction options. Building.
Waiting order.
Construction complete. New construction options. Building. Construction complete. New construction options. New construction options. Building. Construction
Reporting.
complete.
Bitti.
Mission
Affirmative. Yes, sir.
Yes, affirmative. Acknowledged.
Mission saved.
Yes, sir. Reporting. Affirmative.
New construction options. Building. Construction complete. New construction options. Building. Construction complete. New construction options. Spy plane ready. Building. Construction complete. New construction options. Building. Construction complete. New construction options. Building. Construction complete. New construction options. Building. Construction complete. New construction options. Building. Construction complete. New construction options. Building.
Yes,
Construction
affirmative.
complete.
Acknowledged.
New construction options. Building. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete. Building. New construction options. Building. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete.
Yes,
Building.
affirmative.
Construction complete. Building. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete. Building. Construction
Done.
complete. Building. Construction complete. Building. Building. Construction complete. Mission saved.
Engineering. Affirmative.
New mission accomplished.
Kopya. Benim.
You have been busy, comrade. I am to present you with this Soviet star in recognition of your efforts in keeping the Allied dogs from completing development of their new toys. You have done well, my friend. Yet, too well. Soon you will have this drafty corner office, and I will have to start worrying about my own job.
Tamam. Plastan tamamlandı. Devamı var. Evet. Klasa bitti. Ondan sonra spanda Esso fanlar düzenlemeliysek o olan sensin abi. Zor. Biraz zor. Ee, Orta. Ama sonra bilmiyorum, anlamıyorum. Karate açtı. Ne olduğunu bilmiyorum. Böyle ısrarlı işi söylemiyor. Söyle. Böyle özlerini. Böyle aslında öyle. Böyle açıklamam anlamıyorum. Yüzden öylesi yani. Nesi sıkın ona isterli ödememeli. Önce öyle anlamıyorum. Ben diyor kapatıyorum. Akşama ben size teşekkür ederim. Ya dememesi oy. Öyle akşam öyle saat 2 yoksa 12 olan 12.30 olan bir. Oy olan sensin. Merak etmeyin. Okey. Görüşürüz.